righty, guys. Good evening, good afternoon. I am Ryan, Michigan Storm Chasers, also Great Lakes Storm Chasing Network, covering Ohio risk today here on our regional account. I am joined by Caleb as well as Ben, Joel in the background. Go ahead and get Ben back in here to stream. Ben, we are live now.
Hello, everybody.
So we're going to be doing our coverage here this afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and mute you guys just so your road noise doesn't interfere. If you got to talk, go ahead and mute yourselves. So first warning of the day has come in for the Ohio area here. We're looking just off to the east of the Wilmington radar here. Places like Washington Courthouse, Sabina, Wilmington, New Vienna, Greenfield. This yellow polygon here, yellow box. Hazards with this are just 60-mile-per-hour winds. We've been watching this little line of storms that has developed here over the past about 20 to 30 minutes. We see a good gust front with this all throughout here as we move up here. Wouldn't be shocked if we get some more warnings up here to the north as these brighter red colors indicate some stronger winds are occurring there. But we do have this area right here coming out of the radar. Now, the radar being so close here means the beam height is quite low to the ground. So these winds are, basically surface level here. We're getting 50 to 60 as this moves over the radar site. So definitely a possibility we're getting some really good gusts here through Wilmington and towards Starbucktown, Melvin, and Reeseville as well. Go ahead and back out and animate this. Anywhere you see these brighter colors in green or red indicates some stronger winds could be occurring, like right here and also up here. Go ahead and animate this for you guys as this moves east-northeast here. Almost, I guess we'll say east right now, but mostly a northern pattern here as we see these storms kind of move more so to the north than more easterly directed. So we'll be tracking these throughout the afternoon. Again, we have Caleb with us. We have Ben. I'm joined with Joel here for coverage as well. He's in the background. He's eating his dinner or his lunch right now. So he'll be in once he gets himself situated. And we also have Alex and Chandler who are positioned. Most of our chasers, we'll go ahead and zoom out here on radar. Most of our chasers are positioned up ahead of this line here. We have Ben coming out toward the Lima area. We have Caleb going toward Kenton. I know we have Alex and Chandler also in the Lima area. So they're out ahead waiting for these cells to come up their direction. We just got a new discussion from the SPC that just got issued. The probability of a watch issuance today is 20%. It's unlikely we're going to see a watch for Indiana and Ohio. The text reads that low top thunderstorms may pose a risk for occasional damaging wind gusts and perhaps a brief tornado this afternoon. Again, the places for that are going to be eastern, central Indiana, and then northwest, west central Ohio. For those of you watching who are avid Michigan Storm Chasers viewers here, there's really quite a low risk for Michigan today. There's a very, very low chance we could see a stronger wind gust or two down in like Lenawee or Monroe counties in far southeast corner of the state. That's quite a low chance as the bulk of the instability and the better dynamics are off to the south in Ohio today. But we are watching it. We did highlight a very low risk in those two counties for this afternoon. If anything does happen to go severe, we'll pop on the MSC page with this same exact stream here. So just watch for that. But overall risk for you guys in Michigan today is almost, we're going to say near zero. If there is any term I could say that's not zero, but very close to it, that'd be it. What's up, Tommy? What's up, Kevin? Good afternoon, guys. Again, this line here is, looking pretty gusty here. I would not be shocked to get another warning up here to the north where you see these brighter red colors here. Those indicate stronger wind gusts like we're seeing down here in this yellow polygon here. Again, we could see a brief tornado with these storms as well. This is just to the east of Xenia, Ohio here, and these winds are upwards of close to 60, if not over 60 in some spots. Go ahead and zoom in here and analyze this here. There's a new scan coming in here. 58 there. So these are pretty close to severe limits. Also have to watch our CC very closely, our debris product here. We could definitely see a couple sneaky type of tornadoes that do spin up here. And velocity with these systems is very hard to keep up with 110%, but we're going to watch it very closely here. So we're just going to keep on checking back and forth between products to make sure we don't miss anything. We'll be live here for probably a few hours at least. Again, we have chasers who will be out in the field, who already are out in the field here. So we keep an eye on those. What about Fort Recovery, Ohio? So Fort Recovery, you're up here. You're still in a risk today. Again, main hazard would be a couple gusty, damaging wind gusts and then a brief tornado. Although for right now, you're clear. We do have some storms off to your south here coming up your direction. Nothing organized, and let's hope it stays that way. But you are in the risk today. Let's go ahead and pop out the risk here to show you guys who might be unaware of what's happening today. Let's go ahead and pop open the SPC risk area here. There we go. Take a zoom out here. So in the light green color here, that's your general thunderstorm risk. That extends in southeast Michigan, back through much of Indiana, back through Kentucky. This dark green area right here in Ohio and in east central Indiana, this area, that is your risk today for a isolated damaging wind gust and a couple of brief tornadoes. Especially if I had to guess, right in this area right here in Ohio would have the best chance for a brief spin-up tornado. So that is your risk today. It's a very low-end risk. And again, this is December we're talking about here. So no major risks, but again, still a risk nonetheless. And go ahead and toggle on the tornado risk just so you guys can see it. There in green, that's your tornado risk from western Pennsylvania all the way back through much of Ohio. Again, cuts off before Michigan and also cuts off before Indiana here. So main risk here is going to be centered in Ohio. New warning just came in. We just talked about that just a few minutes ago. So we have a new warning now in effect. It's severe for that northern portion of that line. They're going with a tornado possible tag on this one. Not shocking. I was talking about that velocity looking kind of sneaky today. And I see a couple areas within this line here. Like, for example, down here at Bowersville, there's a couple of these areas of brighter red colors here next to some darker reds. That could indicate some rotation there with this storm. Not shocked they went tornado possible tag with this at all. Do I hear Joel in here now with me?
That's me. Yep.
Good evening. I keep saying good evening. Good afternoon, Joel. So we'll be tracking this here. I'm going to move to my computer here momentarily. I'm on my laptop, so I need to get my computer up and rolling here.
I was going to say your audio seemed to be cutting in and out a little bit. So
yeah, I'll go ahead and switch here so now that you're on.
Let me get my radar pulled up here. A little bit different than Radar Omega, but same products are shown nonetheless. Looping right now, these storms are moving off to the northeast at a relatively nice clip. As you can see here on radar, we're going to go ahead and pause it real quick. I'm pretty sure Ryan's probably already mentioned it, but you have QLCS notching going on right now, especially north of the Wilmington radar. Where we see these bright yellows here, those are little notches within the line of storms that you can see here, and they just keep getting brighter, honestly, Ryan. Especially here near Bowersville, south of Jamestown, Port William, just going by you guys as well. But Bowersville, you guys are up next for this line of storms, as well as Jamestown. And on the continued path here, it is heading, I keep zooming in and out here, South Solon and Jeffersonville, in Milledgeville as well, here in portions of Fayette County. And then up here towards South Charleston in Clark County, and eventually down the road in Madison County, the town of London and Midway. So again, this is in effect until 2:15. This new severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, tornado possible, and these storms are moving off to the northeast again at 55 miles per hour. So it's pretty fast. If you are in the line of these storms, definitely take shelter on the lowest floor of the building. You guys want to be definitely underground because again, QLCSs could be brief, weak tornadoes here, especially north of Wilmington right now that we're seeing on radar. And we did call this a sneaky day because, again, it's not your typical, summer thunderstorm sort of event here. Again, overall ingredients are fairly low across the board, but it is dynamically driven. You have a lot of low level CAPE going on out there. So within the lowest 3 kilometers of the atmosphere, you have partials that are very unstable, and then it becomes stable as you get up in the atmosphere. The LCLs, which is your lifted condensation level, which is the cloud heights, very low as well. We had pictures behind the scenes earlier of Alex and Chandler showing literally the windmills out there across portions of Indiana and Ohio, literally half of them cut off in the clouds. So those are very low bases. It will not take much for anything to spin to the ground, given that ingredient. So Ryan is in his chair.
Test 1, 2.
Yep.
Okay. If you get any audio echo feedback, let me know because I'm running speaker on my computer. It may go into this microphone here. So if you hear it, let me know.
Okay. But for those who are watching maybe from the Columbus, Ohio, this is not warned for you guys yet, but I imagine in the next hour you guys will be on Race to Thunderstorm Morning if this line can maintain strength, which right now it just continues to grow upscale. Go ahead and loop it for you guys as well. Again, we have chasers out there in the field today. Not anywhere near these storms right now, but as these storms move into northern Ohio, we will have chasers on it. Again, we are Michigan-based, so a lot of our chasers are from Michigan, so it takes a little bit to get there. You look like you want to say something, Ryan.
Yeah, I was going to say that an alert just popped on my screen. Emergency management, ASO station reports 51 mile per hour wind gust. And that's out of the Clinton, Ohio area, just to the east of the radar. Looks like the airport there is what reported there.
Gotcha.
I'm also trying to work GR2, which is not loading on my computer today for some reason. So I'm trying to toggle that on. Ooh.
Ben's streaming here now. He is live as well. One of our chaser partners. See him in the bottom left of the screen. It looks like those clouds are moving by at a pretty solid clip there. Let's go ahead and take them full for a second. Again, those cloud bases are also very low. As I mentioned, the LCL heights right around 500 meters or less today, which is just under a mile. It's currently in Van Wert County heading east. As you can see there on your screen.
So again, just tuning in with us, we have a couple severe warnings in effect for Clinton, Fayette, Greene, and Madison counties, as well as southern Clark County in south central Ohio. Main hazard with these are strong gusty winds to 60 miles per hour, but there is a low chance, especially right now, currently in far eastern Greene County, we may see a brief tornado threat here develop here. That's moving in toward the northern Fayette and southern Madison County area. Joel, I don't know if you see what I'm seeing here, just to the in southeastern Greene County, there's a nice little QLCS looking notch.
Yeah,
that
there's
needs
a couple
to be
of
watched
them
very closely.
Because you got, if I could circle, I could, but you have one right here where my mouse is circling, one pretty much in the vicinity of Bowersville right now, actually directly over Bowersville. And if that's on the ground, and if that's like, on the ground per se, that would be 64 mile per hour winds, which is severe criteria, which is why they went ahead and warned it just in case. You also have this one directly heading into Jamestown right now. I haven't checked CC. I'm going to go ahead and do that.
I don't see CC on it yet, but the latest scan there, very far southeastern Greene, there's two of them there. The one that's further south toward the Clinton County line looks really intriguing.
Yeah. I got to change my storm motion vector on this because this is a little bit off. 240 at 48.
240 at 48, you said?
Yep. Okay, yeah, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, that's fairly tight for a QLCS. New scan coming in here on Radar Omega for me.
If you back it up,
Okay,
you can see it for the last 5 scans there at least. It's been there since, actually further than that. It's been there since the Wilmington area. So this has been spinning at least weekly for the past couple minutes now. Yeah, we're talking about this area right here, directly in Bowersville on the south side, where you see this red dot.
I'll go ahead and take my radar omega here. So we're looking at this area right here where you see these brighter red colors here. This in particular, get that off my screen. Why does it do this to me? What's up here? They moved it. Come on. This area right here. And also we're seeing a couple areas of kinkiness, so to speak, in this line here. So areas that this is moving towards, go ahead and animate this and get a track on it. So currently in just to the east of Gunnerville, moving up toward Pleasant View and Jamestown areas on 35 here. Going to follow very closely between 35A and Route 24 here. Going to cross 35, which is an east-west road here, very shortly. And then further down the line here, Blessing, Grape Grove, and South Salone here along Highway 41, also in the path of this. Again, this is some rotation here we're seeing. I don't see anything that indicates a tornado is on the ground, but today is a day where we get these very sneaky type of tornadoes. I would not be shocked to see this thing touch down very briefly. And honestly, we may not be able to see it on radar either because these might be weak in nature, may not hit much anything. It may not send debris up in the atmosphere for us to see on radar.
Yeah. Did we just get that new scan in there? Yeah, now it's off to the east of Bowersville now. Still looks like it's decent rotation. And you also have all these kinks up here between Cedarville and Selma as well that you have to keep an eye out for. It's likely that it could be kicking up some dust perhaps right now here between Bowersville and Jamestown. You can see here on the left side of your screen in your correlation coefficient that there is some yellows and perhaps some greens. So we do see that sometimes in QLCS lines like this where the gusts do go out in front of the storm. And it does pick up dust as mentioned. There's actually a new scan just now as well. Are they on rapid scan? They are. They're doing scans every less than 2 minutes, which is actually very smart for days like today.
I'm working on pulling up some Ohio traffic cams, see if there's anything in the area here. Which there is not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there is actually. Hold on. There is.
Not to forget you guys down here in portions of Clinton County, but that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect all the way up towards Bloomingburg and Washington Courthouse, as well as Good Hope. Again, this line does extend down fairly far. I'll go single radar here so you can see the entire line actually extends all the way down into Kentucky as well. Now, it's not severe down there right now. It's outside the highest levels of Cape right now. But if you basically live anywhere between Highland County up to Clinton County, Fayette County, Greene County, as mentioned here a couple minutes ago, and into Madison County. You can even say Clark County as well, especially the east side here. You guys are all under the short-term severe risk this afternoon within the next 30 minutes to an hour. I'm posting something on Facebook right now.
Wait, you are?
Yeah, I was just going to put the link out.
Okay. Next post going up is at 2:20. I can put that back if you need me to.
Okay. This is a quick look behind the scenes of what we do here at MSC. We're streaming and we're posting at the same time.
So places underneath these warnings here in Ohio that should be on alert for at least gusty winds and perhaps a brief tornado. South Charleston, Range, Chrisman, London, Summerford, Madison Lake, Big Plain, Newport, Midway, Range, Bethel, Yatesville, Bookwalter, Those are in a severe warning. Gusty winds is your main hazard. Brief tornado is your secondary hazard. Down here in the southern warning here, some places, Washington Courthouse is the main one here. Thank you, Joel.
Yep.
Bloomingburg, Good Hope, Buena Vista, Greenfield, Leesburg, any place in between, Jasper Mills, Glendon, Cunningham, Eber. You guys are in mainly a gusty wind threat. The biggest threat for anything spin up tornado wise is to your north. This is going to be, again, moving out of Greene County into northwestern Fayette and southern Madison, as well as southern Clark counties.
I'd like to welcome in all the new Michigan Storm Chasers page viewers that just jumped in the stream here. Again, we are tracking storms right now live across the southwest Ohio region here, along and south of US 40, I-70 here. As these storms are heading into Columbus. So if you guys know anybody that lives in the Columbus area or surrounding suburbs, again, heading their way. Not right now, but here in the next probably hour to 2 hours. Again, these storms are racing off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So quicker than expected. Especially if you're driving down these back roads out here, those storms are going to be going faster than you are driving. We do have our chasers in the field today. Again, we have Ben out there, currently in Allen County, which is over there in the Lima region. So he is about 3 or 4 counties north of these severe storms right now. He's going to kind of catch up to them, or kind of intercept them, I guess you could say, as these storms head up their way. He's kind of probably going to play the waiting game as soon as he gets over towards central Ohio. We also have Caleb, who's out there today. Looking at his dot, he is north of Kenton, Ohio, there in Hardin County. So he's about 3 counties, give or take, away from the severe weather right now to the north. So all our chasers are situated up to the north right now, but they will have a view on it as these storms race to the north by this evening.
Also, just want to point out here as well, that is my old radar. Here we go. We're seeing some development here back down to the west and south here. This is going to be a line of storms that will probably develop here over the afternoon as that pushes northeastward here. And that's what our chasers are really trying to target. This is a line that will likely move further to the north and east here toward that Columbus area, but more building of storms is likely back here to the west.
I'm going to take a look at mesoscale right now. Yeah, so that whole region that Ryan just mentioned has a decent amount of, let me see, what do I have here? Surface-based CAPE. I say decent amount because it's for winter. Now, 250 joules of surface-based CAPE is not good in the summer, but we do take it on winter days like today. The main thing that we're watching, though, is our low-level instability, which right now is anything about 75 or higher is sufficient for severe weather, and right now it's at 100. Right in that Cincinnati region and along that line of storms that is traversing right now through southwest Ohio and along that front that is situated into southeastern Indiana, which is right now is just stratiform rain. But there is a lot of vorticity out there today. So we could see, the quick little spin ups as we've mentioned earlier. Also, our low-level helicity. Let me make sure I have the right one on. Yeah, our low-level helicity, Ryan, right now is over 200 along this line of QLCS notching. So, really, anything over 200 is sufficient enough for perhaps a couple brief tornadoes. We could also see as we only need like 150 in some cases, but 200, 250, for example, on a day like today is plenty. So we could see a tornado warning happen at any time within these line of storms. Just to give you guys a heads up that could happen. Again, there's already severe thunderstorm warnings out there for QLCS tornadoes possible already. So far, I would believe that these storms are close to verifying. Ryan did mention here about 5 minutes ago with the severe gusts out of the Wilmington airport, 51 miles per hour. You also had a 48-mile-per-hour wind gust come in there just south of Wilmington. So it's borderline severe to severe winds no matter what. So take it seriously out there today. Again, trees can fall and hurt you just as a tornado would. So if you're in a warning today, seek shelter inside, preferably an interior room, or if need be, a basement.
In here asking about Stark County, Ohio. So Stark County right now, you're on the very far eastern half of that risk, but you still are in a risk later today. So be on alert over there in Stark County. I'll go ahead and take out the SPC outlook again here on it's over here. Okay. This is your SPC outlook for today. Anywhere in dark green there is where that risk for some gusty winds or a brief tornado exists. Outside that dark green and light green should just be general thunderstorms. So you over here in Stark County, I believe you're over here toward that Akron Canton area. You are well within that risk, but right now you are well ahead of this line here as it pushes north and east your direction. So you got some time, but you are in a risk. I'm gonna go shut off my other computer because I don't like having 5 things in here.
Here's your live look at the radar again from my computer here. You can see there's a little bit of a Boeing segment now starting to stick out here just to the southwest of South Solon. If I'm butchering these counties, again, let me know. We're all Michiganders born and raised, so we will probably butcher some today, which is okay. But South Solon or Salone, this is heading for you guys here in the next minute or two. Remember that Boeing segment I said was that. You also have a little bit of weak rotation within this line up here towards Selma and South Charleston in southern Clark County. South Vienna, kind of out of it right now, outside that severe thunderstorm warning. But if it does take more of a northward track, you guys would be at risk for this little bit of a rotation. So we do have those gusty winds now entering Fayette County, heading towards Washington Courthouse. It's currently in Sabina. Not sure if that's bad data or not, because you click on base velocity and it's not there, but you click on storm relative and it is. So that could be just some radar error, but it isn't a severe thunderstorm warning. So if it is reaching the ground, you guys should be inside, preferably lowest floor. Go ahead and look for you guys here. Quick reset. It is 2:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on this Sunday afternoon, December 29. Weird saying December with the severe weather in mind, but here we are. I'm Joel Fritzma, Chief Meteorologist for Michigan Storm Chasers, alongside Ryan, who's there right above me on screen. If you haven't already, hit that like button and share it with your Ohio friends who may be, share the stream with your Ohio friends who may be impacted by this severe weather later today or, right now. Back and look at Mezzo here. I'm looking at Mezzo behind the scenes for those who may be curious as to what I'm looking at. The center of that low right now is right in eastern Indiana. Are you okay? I heard something just get hit.
No, that was my phone. I was just going to post out on Geocian.
Gotcha. Don't know if Mason County Airport got their live cam fixed after being hit by a tornado earlier this year. Something we could check out, perhaps.
I got ODOT cameras set up here. Nothing interesting that I see. What was that? It was Madison County Airport. I'll look it up here.
Mm-hmm. Madison County is the county just to the east of, or sorry, just to the west of Columbus, mind you. Currently in that northern severe thunderstorm warning. Storms are currently entering the southern panhandle of Madison County right now as we speak. So you're feeling the impacts down there in South Salone. London, you're up next. Midway, you're up next. Midway sooner than London.
I have a tiny box. That's all I have. Okay, I'm there now. I got it.
Sweet.
I'm not sure we can broadcast them because it's WeatherBug.
Oh, yeah.
With a million pop-up ads.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll work. What about Mercer County? So again, Mercer County, you are in the risk today. Again, these storms, actually, Joel, looking back here, go take my radar here. These storms to the west we just talked about like 10 minutes ago, they're really starting to take off now across western Ohio and east central Indiana. Mercer County, I believe you're up here around the Salina area up there in east central Indiana. You are in that risk today. But right now, there's nothing imminent for you. Be watching to your south, though, as this line develops and pushes your way. I believe Mercer County, if I'm not mistaken, is actually in Ohio, perhaps one of these counties.
It's,
I don't know how to figure out very well.
It's the county south of Van Wert.
Okay, I think that's the one that I just circled.
Yep, that's the southern one.
Salina. So yeah, you are in the risk today. And that line continues to look interesting in terms of velocity. A lot of little kinks and divots in that line that could spin up a brief tornado. It's gonna be an interesting day to track this, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
You as well, Alex. Thank you for checking in with us. Yeah, the overall risk today across Ohio is not a huge risk by any means, but it's one of those days that you look at as a storm chaser and go, huh, that's pretty sneaky. Just because there's a lot of dynamics, like a little bit of spin, like vorticity, there's a lot of helicity as well. And the low pressure system being really close by really helps that. But then you look at instability and your unstable atmosphere, you don't really see that there. But with these dynamic systems, you don't always need a ton of instability to get sneaky stuff to happen, if that makes sense. Main risk for the main time frame for today's risk is centered between now and we're going to say about 6 or 7 p.m.
Hmm.
I'm not sure we're going to be live until then. We're going to be live at least until it's dark out, more than likely with our chasers here in the field. But the risk may go on a little bit past sunset too.
Yeah, because then once we get to sunset, we start losing our surface instability, and it cools off, and it allows the warmer air above it to form more of what's called a cap. Basically, here during the summer is a capping inversion. That capping inversion always happens at night, so it'll be hard to overcome once we do get past the 5:30 time frame, 5 to 6, I guess you could say. So there's some warning for Fayette County and which other county here? I think it's Highland and Fayette and Clinton. So there's some warning has been canceled for you guys, so you guys are in the clear there. Still gusty winds moving through with this line of storms, so be advised there. So there's some warning up there in Madison County and Clark County still in effect until 2. I think it's in effect until 2:15 actually. So this actually might be done here in the next minute.
I would probably expect them to extend that. At least I would assume here.
Yeah, let me double check. In effect until
It's 2:15.
2:15, yeah. So it'll expire here in a minute.
Let's play a game. Or oh, it just popped off my screen.
Let's play a game
I'll
called.
say, let's see if they cancel it. But
Yeah.
I'm going to guess, so looking at velocity, the areas of interest still are there. Perhaps not as potent, but you can still see there's a really good gust front on this storm. And again, watching it for these little divots and kinks that could spin up a tornado or two in today's atmosphere. So that's just first of likely many severe storms today, or possible, should I say, across Ohio. And again, we're getting some good feedback now to the west with these storms that are starting to develop over toward north of Dayton area, like Miami County, Darke, Shelby counties. So keep an eye on these. No warnings now in effect in Ohio. Wouldn't be shocked if we get another one here pretty soon, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at the future radar here, just because why not? We have a minute of downtime. If you guys got questions in chat, feel free to pop those in there as well. But looking at the latest HRRR model, this is, again, a model, not live radar. We're seeing a few areas of more centralized storms here in the next couple hours. The main one's going to be over here where that line is developing in east central and northwest Ohio areas. That'll push north here as we get toward the 3-4 o'clock time frame, and that will continue to push northward here. And for those of you watching from Michigan, that would be the time frame. If we're going to get anything gusty wind wise in Michigan, it'll be with these storms that are developing down here in western Ohio right now. But overall threat up there is quite low, just because the amount of instability we have in Michigan is quite minimal compared to our south here in Ohio. So we expect them to weaken by the time they get to Michigan. But these storms will be going to be the ones we're going to watch very closely here. If not for anything gusty wind wise, heavy rain, and definitely a thunderstorm possible across South Michigan. But main risk with these storms next 2 or 3 hours here across east central and northwest Ohio.
Hopefully that helped, Debbie. Those for you who are asking in chat.
Yeah, if Southeast Michigan's going to get anything today of significance, it's going to be with this line developing down here currently. So a couple hours out, overall risk should be staying in Ohio and Indiana today. But again, definitely a risk for thunderstorms and also heavy rain as this low pressure moves through. Again, we did forecast about 2 inches of rain there for Southeast Michigan. Definitely looks to be on track as we have more rain developing here through the afternoon.
Looking at our surface obs right now behind the scenes, it looks like the warm front is now all the way up into Findlay. 58 over 54 profile there. It's very moist compared to over there in Van Wert, which is 46 over 45. Still moist, but it's a lot. It's 10-degree difference there as of right now.
What is the risk for Indian Lake, Ohio, Charlotte? Good question. The answer is the same across much of all of Ohio. Go ahead and pop this back on the screen. Doesn't matter if you're in Cleveland or Columbus or Dayton or even up toward Muncie, Indiana, up here toward Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That dark green area has a risk for damaging winds as well as a brief tornado threat through the afternoon into the early evening hours. Is the risk very high? No, it's not. But is the risk there to mention? Yes. For right now, Indian Lake up here, you have pretty much clear and clear for the next about half hour to an hour, but you do have storms developing to your south here, pushing up your direction. As of right now, nothing is severe, but again, these could go severe here as these continue to strengthen. This line back here has just started to develop, so we're going to watch that closely to see if that continues to mature. And then this should miss you. This line over here should miss you to the east in Indian Lake. So, but yeah, everybody has the same risk today. If you're in the dark green area, light green area is just general thunderstorms that extends all the way up here towards the Tri-Cities in Michigan, back here through Pennsylvania, back through West Virginia, all the way down to the Carolinas, where we actually have a slight risk and effect down here in the Carolinas, but that's not our concern today.
was going to say, still on radar, we do have a couple QLCS notching going on, despite the fact that there is no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. Right over South Charleston, South Vienna as well, or most importantly right now in Clark County. This is heading into Madison County right now as we speak. So Choctaw Lake, Lafayette, and Plumwood would be next up for these storms, as well as Mechanicsburg, Ohio, there in southeastern Champaign County.
Anytime you get these brighter red colors, in this case, yellowish tan next to these darker red colors, that could indicate some amount of rotation is definitely a possibility with these storms. That's what catches our eye here. So no warnings in effect, but still definitely keep an eye out with this line with the atmosphere today. Our chasers are positioned further to the north here. We have Caleb probably the closest to these cells. He's up here in Kenton. I believe Ben, can we pull Ben up here real quick to see where he's at?
Ben and Tyler are just south of Findlay.
Forest, Ohio. Okay, Hancock County. So, yeah. They're all about the same general area from Lima to Kenton, our chasers are at. So, they're watching these storms as well. And I would not be shocked, Joel, latest scan on that Madison County cell, I would not be shocked that goes back warned.
What was the latest scan that you have here?
19.
Yeah, I have 19 as well.
58 miles an hour there in far southwest Madison County, although we are about 50, I mean, it's pretty close to the ground, 1,500 feet. I mean, all things considered. Places in Ohio.
I'm using storm relative right now, so it doesn't look like that high, but
I see it. I got you.
Base velocity is tough to use in days like today because the storm motion is already going to be 55 miles per hour as it is. So at least you don't know if the winds are moving the same speed as the storm or not. That's what storm relative velocity is for those who are just in their weather or radar products. There's a couple instances of gusty winds moving into the Washington Courthouse region, as well as Good Hope here across southern Fayette County, heading up towards New Holland. Not severe winds, but could get a little gusty. Trash can in neighbor's yard, as we like to throw on our graphic here at MSC. For those who do follow the Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook page, we have it's called a trash can window meter, and today's risk was neighbor's yard.
I'm not sure why you guys like it so much, but it's one of the most popular posts we have on our page. So,
top category is Canada for those who are curious,
and that does change as needed.
Yeah, we're not there yet today, but 30 to 40 miles per hour will definitely knock over any trash cans, especially if they're empty.
Live in Michigan, currently in Darke County, Ohio for the holidays. So far, just rain here, close to the Mercer County line. Hopefully it stays that way. Yeah, you got some storms developing to your south, though. Likely at the very least, heavier rain, perhaps a thunderstorm. And again, low chance for severe weather across the area today. We'll be here tracking it, though. So if you do happen to go under a warning, tune back in if you're going to hop out. Otherwise, you can stay tuned in and hang out with us for a while. We'll be here covering it for a while. Michigan is starting to get scattered power outages. Let me look at that real quick. I wouldn't expect it to, but again, with the ground being so soiled from the rainfall, it could weaken and cause some trees to topple more easily. Wouldn't be a surprise, but overall, the wind today should be fairly underneath that power outage criteria. About 3,000 people right now out of power in Michigan, 3,600 to be exact.
As mentioned, our chaser partner Ben is out there across portions of north central Ohio right now. He is currently heading into the Kenton area, just north of Kenton, Ohio. We have basically a convoy of our MSC Chaser Partner Network members out there. And I have Tyler, Ben, and Caleb all within about 20 miles of each other, heading south. I believe that is US 68 through there, heading towards Bellefontaine. As well as Alex and Chandler, our staff members here at Michigan Storm Chasers in Allen County, outside of Lima. Positioned a little bit further to the west, which is probably smart given that it is a little bit closer to the low. And within the vicinity of the low, there's a lot more enhanced lift. So you have to always watch out for that region, what we call the cold core of the setup. Those are just tuning in. We do not have any severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We are watching some QLCS funkiness heading into Madison County, which is just to the west of Columbus, Ohio right now. Previously severe thunderstorm warned, which is what triggered our live stream here at Great Lakes Storm Chasing Network. But again, currently no severe warnings as of right now. Main hazards today are going to be gusty winds and perhaps a couple brief tornadoes.
Is that a Michigan plate out ahead of Ben right there, or is that an Ohio plate? Caught my eye.
No idea. Caleb stream back in here. Clearing out a little bit there in southern Hardin County, that would be.
Yeah, there's actually some blue sky to my right that you can't see on the camera.
Which that would be closer to the low. But you can see dead ahead is the stratiform rain is ongoing a county away.
Shifting a little bit further west, not very far, maybe around Roundhead or Waynesfield, somewhere in that area.
You're gonna be right where Russell's Point was, or right. Yeah, I can't talk today.
There actually is one warning out there right now, but it is for flooding. For those who live in extreme eastern Indiana, it's a flood warning for Mississiniwa River. Boy, Missisinewa. It's the name of the river there. Rainfall inch or higher. River flooding should continue through the day before ending. Minor flooding is occurring, and minor flooding is forecast. So this is near Ridgeville, Indiana, just south of Portland. Portland, Indiana, for those who don't know, is where I got my first tornadoes. I'll always mention that every time I see it. Back in 2021.
Absolutely.
Yep. Everybody in here was on that storm.
That was a fun day for chasing wise. Luckily, nobody got killed that day either, but property damage did occur.
Yeah.
That was the unfortunate side of it. What a lovely shot that is.
Yep, we're just going to stare at this windmill here as I dive into some mesoanalysis behind the scenes.
That's what it's all about. Live adjusting in the field. Wait for Ben and Tyler to catch up to you.
My anemometer isn't that impressive, though. That fan's a little bit bigger.
Welcome in, Scott, watching from
But if
East
you look here, I'm
Carolina.
actually facing due south, and those wind turbines are slightly aiming towards the south and east. So the winds are backed a little bit here. If you look at the white scud clouds below, a little bit of cumulus there, you can actually see their movement there.
Yeah.
Your stratiform clouds are actually moving from right to left, and then your lower cumulus clouds there are actually coming at me. So there's your wind vectors for today.
Yeah. Low level shear. Being 2 months, 3 months removed now from most of our severe weather in Michigan, it's always nice to see a sky, I guess you could say, like this. Kind of reminds you of severe weather season. From a storm chaser's perspective, of course.
Once you get into the winter season, it's depression for storm
Yeah.
chasers.
Yeah, you see the cloud deck up there, all that stratiform. That's what we get. It's called a permacloud, especially in Michigan.
Kind of a sad, dreary time of year.
Any chance you get to chase in December or January or February or even November, really, you take it.
Mm-hmm.
Currently on radar, though, we do see most of this currently is looking, I mean, gusty, yes, but overall, in terms of rotation wise, there's maybe one or two areas still catching our eye, but nothing too concerning. Definitely not as bad as it was about a half hour ago or so. And say bye to the windmills. I've always enjoyed that part of Ohio. Open fields and windmills.
Yeah, if you ever go to Paulding County, it's flat as a tabletop, and there's nothing but windmills up there.
Every time I go to Indiana to chase, I usually take Route 24 through like Defiance and Van Wert and let's see, what else do I pass? What's that one town on the Ohio border?
Yeah, there's
Antwerp. That area.
Antwerp. Yeah, there's a bunch of them there.
There's a Love's travel stop on the
There's-
Indiana-Ohio border that I always stop at.
There's just something about windmills and storm chasing. I don't really know what it is, but just something kind of magical about it. Kind of sets the scene a little bit.
For our Michigan fans or for Michigan following in here, next post that's going to go out in about a minute on our page. You'll like to see that if you're a winter lover. Hint, hint. I'm watching, Joel. There's a little of a kink going on just north, or basically Clark and Madison County line there.
Clark and Madison County share a lot of ground here. So
Champaign, Clark, and Madison County line. That's the only place that I really has my eye currently.
Yeah. Still fairly broad, but it is where there's a little bit of a bookend vortex there, sort of, so to speak. Bev. Very weak, though. Storms down further in southern Ohio now are starting to take off just a little bit, tapping into that same instability. Or, yeah, I guess you could say that here in Ross County and Pike County. More of the same QLCS sort of line forming there. That is pretty far away from the low, so we'll have to see how that develops throughout the day. So there's a comment here about interested in becoming a Chaser partner. You can reach out to us, preferably, I guess, through email, right, Ryan? Or DM.
Yeah, if you go to the website and under staff, on the page, there's a link to go fill out. You can fill that out. If you're interested in joining us.
Yes, we do have I guess you could say, quote unquote, test for becoming part of the team here.
In some Aurora news, there's a G3 watch now in effect for New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, I'd have to say cloud cover is likely going to prohibit us from viewing. A G3 level storm could be seen as far south as like Indianapolis and Dayton areas for reference. Yeah, it looks beauty.
Kind of off topic, but I guess on topic with the winds going on right now. We have a viewer on our Discord channel, Ryan R. out of Livingston County. Tree damage in South Lyon. South Lyon is, yeah. So that would be with just normal winds today. So the winds are increasing already out there and starting to bring down a couple trees. Again, this low pressure system has a central low pressure of about 992 millibars, which is a fairly deep low for this time of the year. If it was all snow, this would probably be a nice 8 to 12 inches, I would have to say. Depends on the ratio and where you're at. But it is not snow. It is all rain.
If you do a standard 32-degree measurement, it's going to be about 2 feet of snow. But again, not all snowstorms are the same ratios.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors. But I don't know if Ryan, not the Ryan in here, but the Ryan who's watching from Discord, thank you for that report. Again, if you do want to join the Michigan Storm Chasers Discord channel, for those, I mean, if you're in Ohio, you can do it as well. It is discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers.
There's also now looks to be about 4,300 people out of power across Michigan. Most of them centered in Clinton, Shiawassee, Ingham, and Montcalm counties. Check out the cell in southern Madison County.
Checking. Mhm.
I still,
Just north of Midway there. If you want
yeah,
to
don't know what I call it. Maybe a killing Charlie, but it looks like perhaps a supercell developing their mini sub.
go ahead and double box here. Actually, let's bring radar in full. So if you want to zoom in on that.
Go ahead and take my. I'll do it. Yeah, hold on. I got this. I'm looking at GR2 right now. This area where I'm going to circle my mouse, this area right here, you're looking at 4 panels of the same storm here. So right side of your screen's rotation. So you see these greens and reds kind of meeting together there. Then on the radar here, you see a little bit of like tilt your head sideways kind of. You see like a supercellular type of structure to it. No debris being lofted, so it's not on the ground, according to radar at least, but it does warrant watching here. This is moving up into Madison County currently, near London, Newport, Summerford, and Lafayette areas.
You scan there.
Ooh, got a little bit tighter there, perhaps.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take my Omega here to get down to the road level. Just wanted to point that out. I didn't expect it to kind of tighten though. This storm right here, different look on it. Let's go ahead and go to velocity. It's a little bit different here. See if this is a better look. Okay, we'll use this for right now. Red and green coming together right there, moving up toward North Newport, London, Madison Lake, Crispin. Those are the general areas here that should be on highest alert. No warnings, very weak rotation, but again, with today's atmosphere, we could definitely get these little brief, weak spin-ups just like this one that looks to have developed here in the past 2 scans. New scan coming in here, see what it does. It continues there. It's still weak, but again, that's going to be how today goes, really. If I go back on radar, I'm looking at GR2, you can actually see perhaps it's not a pure supercellular look, but kind of like an inflow notch there as that moves to the northeast.
We'll get another scan here in about a minute or less, given it is on rapid refresh rate right now. So again, London, Lafayette, West Jefferson. Ryan just mentioned, watch out, it's heading your way. Another scan just came in on mine.
Check your CC, Joel.
I see that.
I'm not ready to say it is. Yeah, it looks like it could be clutter if you go back 2 or 3 scans, but I'll go ahead and take my radar back. Or we can just take Joel's. He already has it. We're getting just a little teeny tiny speck of what could, not is, but could be some debris getting lofted there. Again, these are very hard to tell. It could be could be clutter here. Latest scan continues it. There might be a tornado right there. Joel.
There'll be a very, very weak tornado on the ground right now.
Very
Very weak.
Let's go ahead and track it down to the road. Let me get up on Omega here. It doesn't really even show up on Omega that much like it does on GR2, but I'll go ahead and take this in. This is going to be just south of Newport here. Again, we're not quite sure if this is actually on the ground or not, but in the event that it is coming up into the Newport area. Again, just east of Highway 38 and Highway 8, so it's going to be between those 2 highways. We'll wait to see what happens with the latest scan.
Velocity is just a little too disorganized right now, but perhaps, again, when you go back about 3 scans, when it started really getting close together there, it perhaps probably touched down maybe for a minute or 2. And again, that's what we're saying all day today is these tornadoes will be very weak and very brief.
That would be a perfect instance of what may have happened here. We'll see, though. I'm going to pull up, I don't know, power outage companies for this area. If anybody watched from Ohio knows who does the electric in Madison County, Ohio, let me know or let us know.
Hey, Ryan.
What's up, Gabe?
I'm heading towards just north of West Manfields, Ohio.
Okay.
I almost have a little knot there, a little bit of protrusion there.
Latest at CC is gone, so perhaps a very, very brief, weak bird fart at best. Looks like if it did touch down, it would be right between, just north of Midway, between Highway 16, 17, and 38. That general crossroad area. Go ahead and take back our radar here. All right, so our chasers currently still positioned up here in, I'll go ahead and circle the area that they're all in, from Kenton to Lima, all the way in this area. We're waiting these storms as they push into the area. The main line currently we're watching is this one, but these storms back here to the west continue to strengthen and develop, so we'll be keeping an eye on those.
Did you happen to see in chat here the power company?
AEP, thank you. I don't know what AEP is, but I'll just search AEP electric and see what comes up. And there it is, perfect.
Oh, we got Ben.
We're unplugging.
Let's see what he has to. Let's see what he has to say.
That
Check out the latest scan there, coming back together just south of Madisonville.
Indeed. Very close to London now. I'm going to take my radar here real quick. So what I'm noticing here right now, why this cell is perhaps taking off compared to the rest of the line, look directly to the south and you get your answer. You got a lot of unimpeded flow, whereas you have this entire line where all the flow is basically parallel to the line right now. Up here in Madison County, you have nothing back here in Fayette County, down here south into Highland County as well. So you got all that nice, clean, warm inflow fueling this storm, and perhaps this storm just to the south as it heads into Columbus. So Columbus, we got to watch out for you guys here as it starts to enter the county here in probably the next 10 minutes, I would have to imagine.
Burn currently is technically yes, but currently no major concern for Burn. I would be switching topics here from Burn to Madison County. Would not be shocked if we get a tornado warning there. Joel, latest scan. That got really tight.
Checking. bad. You looking at storm relative or base?
Both. Would say it's probably just under warning criteria with that scan.
Yeah. This would be heading directly into Lafayette there along I-70. So if you know anybody in Lafayette, let them know. Plumwood, kind of, yes, but I think it's going to skirt just to the east of you guys. It does look like the RFD is increased a little bit. A lot more brighter greens in the backside now with that latest scan. Just inflow is struggling right now for sure. But we do have a rotation. Relation coefficient believes us to tell that there's really nothing on the ground right now. We are at 2,600 feet off the ground, though, so
That's still fairly close to the ground. I mean, it's not on the ground, obviously, but we're
Right.
close. Very, very curious when this latest scan house is going to show up.
those again reminder the LCLs out there, which is our cloud base height, base of the clouds, around 1,500 feet off the ground. So a lot of the rotation today could be only a mile shallow. So anything below 5,200 feet today is probably going to be where we have to look at. Again, that 0 to 1 kilometer region is where all our spins just kind of confined. Latest scan continues, at least some rotation there. RFD is still fairly decent. Just waiting for a nudge of some sort, maybe perhaps from the storms to the south. But Lafayette, I would be taking shelter as a precaution right now.
Working on putting a post out for our Patreon members for the Aurora. I want to get them aware of what's going on for New Year's Eve.
All good.
That just got sent out. Perfect. New scan coming in here continues to have some rotation with it.
Yeah.
Tracking pretty much directly on what looks to be Highway 29/42. Or no, 42.
US 42, yeah.
It's going to track fairly close to that as it moves north-northeast.
So this storm up here will likely miss Columbus altogether then.
Which is good news, but still
Yeah.
we have some to the south moving in. So we'll keep an eye on those too.
Yeah. Kind of looks like shark teeth. If you're looking here on your radar, I'm going to pull this full screen here. You have like all these jagged looking notches within this line of storms, and that's basically our QLCS notching that we have going on. Nothing too intense. Obviously, right now you would have to be seeing some brighter greens, perhaps some reds mixing in, but just indicative of the low-level spinouts out there today within these lines of, I guess you could say, showers. And obviously, we're watching our main batch of rotation right now here in Madison County in the Lafayette, Ohio region.
New scan kind of broadens it back out.
Perfect. Another loop of it. Be directly over Lafayette as we speak.
You guys are one of the 62 people watching over on GLSCN YouTube. Feel free to hit the subscribe button if you're not already. I'm doing a lot more of these streams out of the region here. We do primarily cover Michigan, and we'll always do that. But on days like today, where nothing's happening in Michigan, but stuff's happening to our south in Indiana, Ohio, we're utilizing this page to go live, cover, and chase on. So feel free to hit the like and subscribe buttons as we grow our following here at GLSCN.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Oops, I don't know what that was. Log into Facebook and I met with a video on my timeline. I don't know what it was. Yeah, it's fairly flat out there. What's not flat is further south of like Delaware, Bellefontaine areas. That's when it gets really hilly and tree aligned in Ohio. Nothing on radar currently looks intriguing in terms of rotation. I will say what Joel pointed out a few minutes back would be concerning for Columbus if that continues to strengthen. Looks like kind of like shark's teeth, as I think Joel called it.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of indicates some very weak rotation could be possible within this line, but nothing that would overly concern us for anything imminent.
Yeah, that stormed in Lafayette. It seems like it just passed right over Lafayette and decided that it wanted to fizzle out completely. Choked itself off, I guess you could say. It's just a good sign. It would be, I saw a comment here about Plain City. It would be heading up your way into Plain City here in the next half hour. But, sorry, less than that. I would say probably next 10 to 15 minutes. It's moving pretty quick, 55 miles per hour. Right now, it has lost all of its rotation. At least that's what I'm seeing, Ryan. I'm not sure if you're seeing differently there.
No, I'm seeing it too. Looks like it's moving into that radar gap of Ohio too. We're not going to have good radar coverage to begin with, so that's why our chasers being out there today are going to be important to this. Go always dual box Caleb and Ben for a little bit. Want to do it that way?
Like this?
Well, we could do that, or we could just do this.
Well, then we're on the screen. Yeah.
All right, I guess that works. Perhaps some very, very brief rotation and broad rotation again north of that Madison County storm. Picking back up just a bit.
I will say up there in Union County now, it's trying to. I think it's what it's trying to do is nudge it as well, heading into Marysville. Let's get done yawning here. Milford Center, Marysville. This is the kind of looks like the same exact type of rotation here. It just caught my eye here in the last couple of scans. It's heading pretty much due north, pretty much back to back with this storm down here heading into the Plain City region, which does again have a little bit of rotation on it. Plumwood, right outside your doorstep, but we're not seeing too many reds here, really close to the greens. Specifically brighter reds. We need to see brighter reds in this. Again, the reds that you're seeing on your screen right here is inbounds of 15 to 20 miles per hour. That's not going to do much in terms of rotation. So we do have a new mesoscale update coming out soon.
Yeah, latest scan for that storm doesn't look too impressive either, so good news there.
Yeah. See, Ben's doing a radar update there too. Those are just tuning in again. We don't have any severe warnings out there right now, so it's fairly ASMR type stream out there, I guess you could say, with just some chasers in the field. Again, we got Ben, we got Caleb out there, portions of north central Ohio. We have been tracking a couple storms that were previously severe thunderstorm warned when they were down there towards Wilmington earlier. Not the case anymore, but they are exhibiting some very broad, weak rotation within this line we call a QLCS. Quasi-linear convective system, which is the full name for that. Zooming out the big picture, we are watching for development within the vicinity of the low here, too, across extreme western Ohio and eastern Indiana. So, Dark, Mercer, Shelby counties, up towards Lima and Van Wert, heading your way later this afternoon. Again, nothing really in terms of strong thunderstorms there yet, but give it some time. You never know what can happen. Our QLCSs are starting to become a little bit more intense here now, especially across Pickaway County. These storms are in line for Ohio, as mentioned here in for Columbus, Ohio, here in Franklin County. So if these continue to gain strength like they appear to be doing, Columbus, you'd be up next for these line of storms, as well as Asheville and Circleville here along US 23 in central Ohio.
Latest SPC update continues the marginal risk. No update there.
Okay.
Comment here, is Dayton done? So right now I'd say no. Not just yet, but soon. Hey Joel, check out the forecast chat.
Which
And
one's
look
in-
at look at the
Which-
model I just said to look at too.
tomorrow Monday night?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're just tuning in with us, thank you for tuning in with us. We are tracking a low end severe risk across Ohio as well as parts of Indiana today. Overall risk currently, we've had 2 warnings for severe so far. We had a couple of gusty wind reports, 51, and I want to say 45 was the other one. So they're not quite getting to severe limits yet. But again, the risk is there across much of Ohio. Again, low risk today. Not expecting too much out of this, but the atmosphere does support a couple brief weak tornadoes as well as some brief gusty winds as well. And so far, that gusty wind threat has been realized in western Ohio. We're still kind of waiting for some, I guess we can say some pop to these storms because right now they're looking kind of meager, which is good news. But still, the risk does continue throughout the afternoon and early evening hours. If you guys are watching from Michigan, overall severe risk in Michigan today is quite minimal, if any at all. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be in like southern Lenawee or Monroe counties with these storms as they move up. But currently, as we look at Ohio kind of struggling, confidence is definitely going up that nothing is going to happen in Michigan. Both Caleb and Ben here with us. They are chasing up in the Kenton, Lima, Bellefontaine area, waiting for these storms. So right now, nothing looks too concerning close by. So, what time zone is this going to end by? So, roughly, depending on where you're at, if you're in Ohio, Western Ohio is going to be done here momentarily, or should I say Southwest Ohio? You guys are going to be done. But if you're over in Mansfield, Akron, Cleveland, Youngstown, out there, those areas, you got the worst, so to speak, yet to come as these storms move your direction. Oh, man.
Okay. Give me 5 minutes, Joel, to get some food.
Okay. So right now, we're still looking at, again, nothing severe, which is good. But we do have some QLCS action on and going here across the Columbus region now, where you see these little notches within this lines of storms. That would be where there's some weak rotation, perhaps starting to be indicated here. But right now it is very weak. So that is the good news that we can report out of here. No severe warnings, like I just said. Rotation up here in Union County, still meager at best as well. It's where Caleb is at currently here in extreme northern Union County. So he's closing in on these storms. And we also have Tyler and Ben out there in the same general region, convoying together. They are in Hardin County, heading towards these storms as well. This is Ben's live shot. Specific locations for today's severe weather event. Again, mostly everyone's going to get a nice dosage of rain and a lot of thunder, perhaps. In terms of actual hazards, it's tough to tell. Marginal risk days, really not many people get impacted. You'd have to be looking for a slight risk or better. However, those who do get impacted will feel the effects. So, again, marginal risk if you're in that zone today, which is pretty much all of Ohio. You want to be on alert for damaging winds primarily, but also a brief weak tornado within any lines of storms. Again, we will be tracking through this afternoon and evening as the day goes on. That low pressure center is off along the Indiana-Ohio state line right now. That could also induce a little bit of lift to get some storms going over there in extreme eastern Indiana. And as the evening goes on, these lines of storms could make it up or will make it up into southern Michigan. Severe wise, though, not likely. But if things change, we got you covered here at Great Lakes Storm Chasing Network and Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, you can follow both of those pages on Facebook as properly spelled. So Michigan Storm Chasers on Facebook or Great Lakes Storm Chasing Network on Facebook. And we also are on YouTube as well. Salina, Ohio is right now not in any impacts right now. So you guys are good for a little bit. If things change, we got you guys covered. We have a report in from Caleb. Caleb is heading back off to the west towards the vicinity of the low. So he is going back to where storms will fire up later this afternoon into the evening. Ben and Tyler, however, are staying on the current line, pretty much west and eventually going to be north of Columbus.
We could throw some music on if you want to do that.
Up to you. We did have the ambiance of Caleb's driving for a little bit.
Got some sun out there where he's at. Interesting.
Hmm.
I don't know. I just got back here, but I don't know if Joel covered it. But right now, radar does not look impressive for all these storms currently. Which is good news. So, if you want to go ahead and start working on
Sun
that,
is definitely
Joel.
bright. There's actually a full rainbow behind me.
Oh, nice. I see it in our chat.
If you want to go ahead and start working on that graphic, go for it.
Okay. Sounds good. I'll be in the background just in case things go on.
So what Joel's working on right now for you Michiganders who are following us, watching us here, we have a system coming in for Monday night into Tuesday. Working on a forecast for that as we speak. We'll have a graphic out for you guys probably close to dinner time, 5, 6 o'clock or so. If you're just tuning in, we have Caleb out in the field here as well as Ben. We also have Chandler and Alex who are behind the scenes chasing, not connected to us yet, but they will in the event anything happens. But as of right now, what's occurring on radar in Ohio currently does not look too impressive. We had 2 warnings, which prompted us to go live here in terms of our coverage. And since then, these cells have been pretty unimpressive in terms of strength. So we see a good line here. The main initial line has been the main concern has been from Chillicothe up toward Bellefontaine, this general area. That's moving northeast here toward that Mansfield area. And as it does so, it has had some instances of very gusty winds and some very brief rotation. But as of right now, we're not seeing anything outside just some general gusty winds. So out ahead of this line, go ahead and animate this. We don't pretty much due north, honestly, in its movement. So Delaware, let's go ahead and pause it here. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what's out ahead of this. So we have Lancaster, Gahanna, Berkshire, Fredericktown, Mount Gilead, Cardington, Clarendon, Marion, Lexington, Bucyrus, and Mansfield. Those are the main areas out ahead of this line. Further west here, we are seeing some pop-ups still in southwest Ohio here that have continued to develop, although this area that developed about an hour ago didn't really turn into much of anything, at least so far. That's moving up the Indiana-Ohio line. Going further north here into northwest Ohio, we have some cells that have been trying to get going here near Defiance, Van Wert, Paulding areas. Again, these are just very brief showers here, nothing too concerning with this. But again, these will develop here, and it does push into southeast Michigan later this afternoon here. So we could get some heavy rain, perhaps a lightning strike out of these storms or out of these rain showers currently. Any severe weather for Michigan looks unlikely at this time because our warm front is currently stalled right about here. I just heard an alert get issued. Is it for Ohio? Yes. Severe warning now for the southeast side of Columbus. 60-mile-per-hour winds is your hazard. Let's go ahead and pop this open here. So yeah, this is off the airport radar. Good call there by ILN and NWS out of Wilmington. The airport radar here picking up wind velocities up toward 50 to 60 miles per hour. I guarantee you, go ahead and overlay this. Yeah, 50, 62, 63. Good swath here of winds just south of Columbus from about Groveport down here toward Circleville. Moving east-northeast at, let's see what it says. 35 miles per hour. No possible tornado attack on this one, just some wind gusts down here. Counties included in this: Southern Franklin, North Fairfield, North Pickaway, Southwest Licking. Those are your counties involved. This warning is in effect until 4 p.m. Eastern time. Now, what's really important here, if we look at the wind velocity from Wilmington, we're seeing these gusts here. Yeah, we see the gust front there. We always talk about those darker reds with the brighter reds. We can see the gust front pretty easily here looking at the radar, but you would look at this and go, huh, that doesn't look severe. But these airport radars here that are scattered throughout America, You pop those on, you can definitely tell that, hey, these winds are actually cranking here. And that's the advantage of having radar that's close by, or numerous radars in a state. Ohio happens to have three, I believe 3 or 4 airport radars. There's one in Cleveland, one in Dayton, and one in Columbus. So Ohio's a state that has pretty good coverage in terms of radar, exception of the northwest part of the state near Findlay area. We don't really have much of anything, but just the advantage here of having some better radar coverage in Ohio, we can get a better look at these storms. So again, severe warning in effect here. Again, counties included: Franklin, Licking, Fairfield, and Pickaway. 60-mile-per-hour winds is your hazard, in effect until 4 p.m. Go ahead and animate this to look at the heavier winds here. The heavier winds are highlighted in bright green, or perhaps blue color if you see it as blue. These brighter colors here. This is where the wind is moving up towards the Reynoldsburg area, Groveport areas. I am going to pop on the Ohio Drive map here and see if we can get a visual of this. Much like Michigan, we also have cameras that are set up in Ohio in terms of traffic cams. So let me see if I can poke around here. There's plenty of them in the Columbus area. Let me see if I can get anything south here. There's Groveport. Let's check this out. Nope. I'll poke around here and see if I can find anything. This is right by the Columbus airport. I believe, what do they call this? Rickenbacker International Airport. Is that what they really call that? Interesting. Let's pop out the comments here. I don't know why I don't have comments on. There we go. Has some thunder near Howell. Not surprising there. Not at all. I'm searching for a camera here in the Columbus, Ohio area.
Yeah, I was going to say we have some comments coming out on Facebook now too from Michigan's from our Michigan Storm Chasers Facebook page. Jackson area, Ann Arbor area reporting thunder. So it's one little storm now. It's in portions of, I think it's Livingston. Yeah, Livingston and Washtenaw County in Michigan that is producing some thunder.
Oh, check that out. We certainly do have a little bit of a perhaps line segment here, but again, let's go ahead and check on the airport radar here. Yeah, not too concerning there with our wind velocity, but still, that is a lightning strike there. We see the little positive strike. I don't know if you guys can see it there on your end of things, but that's your lightning strike being picked up by radar. So again, that's not surprising. We definitely had a chance for some thunder today, and it looks to be verifying. We'll keep an eye on that. It doesn't look concerning on radar currently, but we're going to keep an eye on that just in case. Check the CPN chat, Joel.
Checking. Okay.
Storm Chaser, a reliable Storm Chaser, is reporting as of 2:57 p.m., so about a half hour ago, there is a tornado in progress with a roof ripped off a barn south of I-70 north of Lafayette, Ohio. Let's go back here as we can't pick that out. Where is Lafayette here? Would that be where we picked it out too? Perhaps of a CC drop? Would that be the same storm?
That's a good question. I mean, just look around. Oh, Lafayette was right on I-70, just west of Columbus in Madison County.
Let's back that up because I'm pretty sure that's where we spotted that CC drop. In fact, let's go ahead and keep this on here. I'll go to GR2. So let's keep the warning on the screen here for you guys. I'm going to go back here on my other radar and look at this real quick. Yeah, that'd be the exact same thing. So that debris ball was likely the same thing. Yeah, that's it. So if you guys were watching about a half hour ago, we pointed out that there could be a debris ball that was hard to tell. It looks like the Storm Chaser confirmed that was a actual report of a tornado with, looks like barn damage with a roof ripped off the barn, south I-70 near Lafayette. That'd be Madison County. For those of you who need a visual reference, if you guys can remember this better, if I show you guys what the radar looked like at the time, This is what we're tracking here with a debris ball on the south side of the storm near Madison. So that looks to be the exact same storm.
Yeah, Madison County there.
Yeah, Madison County. I keep calling it Madison because I'm looking at the JR2 saying Madison, but it's Madison County, not Madison City. But yeah, same storm. Okay, so severe warning continues here south of Columbus, Ohio. Counties included in this would be Franklin, Licking, Fairfield, and Pickaway until 4 p.m. Main hazard with this is 60-mile-per-hour winds. And these winds do look to be quite gusty here moving into Groveport, south side of Columbus here. They have a ton of traffic cameras in the area, but none of them have a good visual on this storm. It's kind of sad. Let's see this one. Nope, not that one. Gonna have to come back and keep looking at these because I don't see a single thing. They're all pointing down at the roads like they should be with traffic cameras. They're not pointing at the sky. So Groveport, you guys are about to get slammed by some winds there. Reynoldsburg, US 33 here, Bryce neighborhoods, Eastland neighborhoods. Again, Columbus Central is right here, downtown Columbus. This is the south side of Columbus here, moving through really gusty winds here. We're picking up as much as 65 or so, 67 on the latest scan. Looking at the radar beam height here, let's go ahead and do a little bit of a little look into things here. Let's see if I can't get a measurement here. Whoops, I don't want the tracker. I want the measurement. I'm going to have the wrong one, apparently. I guess Omega doesn't do that. I thought it did, but it doesn't. But I was going to try and get a beam height for you guys, which I can do on my phone. Radar beam height from the radar in Columbus to the storm is 300 feet. So that's pretty surface level there, considering radar beam height can be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 feet. The fact we have a radar that's picking up 300 feet off the surface, that is perfect. And that gives us a really good look into potentially what is happening there on the surface. Really potent wind gusts here. It's moving from Pickaway County into Fairfield County momentarily. Groveport neighborhoods, Reynoldsburg, Bryce, those general areas. Likely going to be some power outages within these zones here in Columbus. I am going to eat, so don't mind me, guys. I'll probably be off and on here talking, but I'm going to eat real quick.
Those are area again, quite a bit.
New severe warning just came out here. There we go. New severe warning now in effect to the south of the old one, or the older one is still in effect. Lancaster, Sugar Grove, Enterprise, Buena Vista, Amanda, Whistler, Stoutsville, Bremen areas. Counties included South Fairfield, North Hocking, and northeastern Ross counties. Also included is Perry County, or no, it cuts off at Perry County, not yet. Hazard with this is again 60-mile-per-hour winds. In this area here, heading into Bryce and Obergroveport, currently experiencing some very strong wind gusts. Not seeing anything in the way of rotation with these storms that are warned now currently in Ohio. Let's go ahead and take a peek at the northern area of our region up here in northern Indiana and northwest Ohio. Got some cells developing here. Excuse me, Van Wert area, Lima, Fort Wayne. I also had that cell up in Michigan that was producing some lightning and thunder here. That continues through Livingston and Washtenaw counties. I don't see any new strikes up there, but again, lightning certainly possibility across the region today. This is moving northeast through Genoa Township, Hamburg, US 23 here. So again, not too concerned with that. Most of the instability is well to our south today. So we're going to watch these cells that are moving up from Ohio just in case, but overall risk for Michigan is quite low today. These winds are absolutely cranking, and then looks interesting here just to the north of Royalton. See if I can't pick that off on the ILN radar. Not really. And the radar beam height at these locations is, we're talking about 100 to about 1,000 feet or so. They're quite low to the ground. So the fact we're getting these really strong wind gusts this close to the airport radar is looking really intriguing for damaging winds here for the southeast Columbus, Ohio metro area. Got 2 warnings in effect. The second warning is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be in effect. I'm going to read this off here until 4:15. So the north warning is in effect till 4. The southern warning is in effect till 4:15. Fairfield, Hocking, and Pickaway County in central Ohio. Wind gusts to 60 is your main hazard. Indication or sources radar indicated. Expect damage to trees and power lines. No tornado in Michigan. There's nothing. There is a couple lightning strikes that happened in Livingston County earlier. Again, severe risk for Michigan today is quite low. This is a stream. If you guys are watching this from the MSC page, this is a stream we're doing with our chasers in Ohio currently. If anything does, out of small chance, do go severe in Michigan, we'll pop over to Michigan and begin covering that. But right now, that expectation is as close to 0, but not as 0 as you can get. If you're talking about a tornado that happened today, there was a possible tornado in Ohio near the town of Lafayette in Madison County. So it's about just to the west, a little bit north of Columbus here. This area right here, near you see the London area, this area. Those are the storms that are currently up in the Marion, Ohio area now, but no, not in Michigan. Little interesting notch or a little hook, should we say, up here by Frank. Let's go ahead and take a look here. Let's see what radar am I in. ILN. Let's go ahead and switch this over here to ILN radar. Pop it north here. Yeah, a little bit of a interesting divot there. Again, not too concerned yet for that, but it does warrant watching. Anytime you get those little curvatures on these storms, it always kind of catches your eye. Let's keep it back down here on the Columbus cells. Doesn't look like much on the airport radar, but look at wind velocity. We're really cranking here. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds here along this line from Reynoldsburg all the way down here toward the Amanda area. Yellow boxes are severe warnings with hazard up to 60 mile per hour winds. Columbus airport radar. Columbus does not have an NWS site. You'd be talking about Wilmington. There's Cleveland. There's Wilmington. Only two in the state. There's also Pittsburgh. They cover part of Ohio. They also West Virginia's office covers parts of Ohio. There's also North Webster in Indiana. They also cover parts of Ohio. But in Ohio itself, there's only two offices. Yeah, Mike, that was kind of expected yesterday for the Deep South. People calling it a bust already, but there was 40 plus reports of tornadoes. So I'm not sure I can call the event a bust after that, but that one was on the ground for quite some time, at least 2 hours. Again, survey will take place. They'll confirm all that, but according to radar, you could tell it was definitely a potent storm down there. Got Tyler, got Ben. We also got Caleb with us on the left side of your screen there. They are out and about chasing in Northwest Ohio today, although right now we're not looking at anything too interesting. If anything does occur, they'll be on it. But otherwise, we're just kind of out enjoying the late season, or should I say off season, in the field chasing some storms. Not every day you get storms in December. So as storm chasers, we get through October, November, and December with no storms. We're itching to get out there. So anytime there's a possibility, we're there.
Yeah, with that being said, Ryan, my path back west towards the low pressure center is actually going to take me through Lakeview. So you may see some damage that's still here from March 14th.
Yeah, what he's referring to there was a tornado outbreak here in Western Ohio back on March 14th. I believe Lakeview was hit most, Wapakoneta, Indian River, or Indian Lake, those general areas. EF3 tornado that did a number of damage on homes and property in the area. So Caleb's going to be driving through there. Caleb was actually chasing that storm from Indiana all the way into Ohio. He actually was on scene doing search and rescue in those general areas. So he's going to pass pretty close to that general area, passing back through toward that low pressure system he's driving toward.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that if you guys do see damage on my screen, it's not from today. It would be actually from March 14th of this year. So wanted to put that in there if you do come across some damage on my feed here. That's what it's from.
I don't know if you caught it, Caleb, but there is a possible report of a tornado with damage near Lafayette earlier, around just before 3, I believe.
Yeah, I saw that on radar. Just a real shallow rooted mesovortex there. I was really hesitant to call it a TVS, but definitely caught my eye there briefly.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if anything comes of that. Again, NWS knows about that, so they'll probably survey or at least investigate to see if that's a valid report. Again, that's a storm chaser, a fairly reliable storm chaser at that, who reported it. So I would assume it's a valid report. So.
You're seeing Caleb. Caleb, where are you at right now? Location.
Getting ready to turn on US 33. Heading into Lakeview. I'm currently east of town.
Got it. So while Caleb is back en route there, I'm going to take back our 4-panel look here. Our main look, should I say. It's been a while. I'm kind of rusty with streaming, so bear with me. It's been a long time. We've been doing briefings and weekly streams on our MSC page, but coverage, it's been a while. On your screen here, we have 2 severe warnings in effect. The one expires at 4 up top here. So this square up here, go ahead and circle it and draw it for you. 60 mile per hour winds for both of these. There's no other hazard that's mentioned. Bottom one here, we're going to do is number 1, number 2. Number 1 is in effect till 4. Number 2 is in effect until 4:15. Movement on this is north-northeast at 35 miles per hour, and I'm becoming a little bit more intrigued with this velocity here, just outside of Carroll, Havensport area. Again, these are winds on almost close to the ground here, 40 to 50. It's getting probably pockets of 55 in there, I have to assume. 53, 58 there. So these are at or just below severe limits, and the radar is literally right here where the circle is. And the closer you are to the radar, the closer your returns are to the ground, because as you go away from the radar, that beam is shooting up in the atmosphere. The Earth curves. It's shooting well in the atmosphere by the time you get, for example, down here by Dayton. So the fact we're close to this, getting these returns close to severe limits, definitely is a concern, and hence the warning. I will say the southern cell here doesn't look as impressive, but again, it's warned for a reason. I don't see any reports of wind gusts coming in terms of today. There was a non-severe wind, no, 2 non-severe wind gust reports earlier with our first warnings that got issued, which prompted our stream here to go live. One was 51 miles per hour, and the other one was 45 or 48, I want to say. That was out of the... Oh heck! Well, where was that? Where was that at? I should know this, but back by the radar, Wilmington radar, Clinton County, Ohio. Freedom asks, "What is the garbage can meter at today?" The answer is on the Facebook page. We put it out this morning, but it is. Go ahead and pull it up here. Neighbor's yard, and pop it in stream, perhaps. I guess I can't. All right, never mind. But it's in neighbor's yard, so a 3 out of a 5. Dan, the possible, I'm not going to call it a tornado. That's going to be up to NWS to decide. But the reported tornado was Lafayette, Ohio, near I-70. That would be Madison County, so west of Columbus. That was just before 3 o'clock. Report came from a pretty reliable storm chaser. So the highest level on the trash can window meter, it changes. It can vary from Canada. It can vary to gone. I've lost my trash can. We have a lot of stuff up our sleeves. So I think that's why people like us so much. Had to guess. I want to point this out too up here. Getting a nice return off of this cell. I believe I mentioned this cell about 5 minutes ago, having a little bit of a hook on it. Perhaps. Is this the same cell? Maybe it is. We'll see what they do with it. But
Interesting return regardless. We don't want to see a very bright red color next to an off color red. That could indicate some rotation developing there. We'll keep an eye on that. That'd be moving up toward Condit, Sunbury along US 36 here. About to cross 37 as well. Very interesting signature there. Interesting. We'll see if they do. We'll see if they do it with
Started
that
to
storm.
Into the old path.
What, Caleb?
Oh, I said I'm in the damage path now. There's
okay.
still sheet metal in the trees here.
Again, Caleb, for those just tuning in, Caleb is driving back through the Indian Lake area, which was hit by a tornado back in March, not from today. So
Yeah, look to your left, or look to the right there. In fact, I'll turn here. I'm actually curious on the progress that's been done since I was here. I haven't been here since the night of the tornado. Not a lot of trees left.
not at all. The northern severe warning has been canceled early. That's for Licking, Franklin, northern Fairfield, and northeastern Pickaway. That is now canceled. The southern warning continues. I'm going to take a peek back up here in northern Indiana, Ohio, and even Michigan. Even that line of storms that was producing lightning near Jackson and also Livingston counties, that continues to push northeastward very slowly. No concern there other than some brief heavy rain, perhaps a rumble of thunder. Wind velocity is quite weak with that. Let's go back here, Indiana, Ohio, northern areas. Not really seeing much of anything here, but we're going to watch this area closely from Fort Wayne over toward Findlay. We have some development here. I don't want 50 frames. I want 7. There we go. This area right here. Some development of some shower activity. That's going to push and develop into some probably heavy rain for South Michigan here in the coming hours. So we'll keep an eye on that. So just one warning back in effect here. The counties included southern Fairfield, northern Hocking. So southern Fairfield, northern Hocking counties. That goes until 4:15, but I will assume they're going to cancel this early. Just assuming that they already did with the top one, the northern one, they're going to do it with the southern one too. I'm going to assume. We'll see though. Go ahead and take a zoomed out look here. Just go ahead and animate your radar for you guys. I'm always watching. I got 4 radars pulled up here that you can't see, or 3 radars you can't see. So we're watching all angles, even though we're not showing them. We're watching.
Let's go see. Let's check in with Ben here real quick to see where he's at. Just out of curiosity. Marion, Ohio. So Ben is up here on these cells. These are northern cells. Now, the problem with Northwest Ohio, if we look on radar here, these little squares, the green, yellow, and gray squares you see, those are radar sites. So Cleveland, there's Detroit up here, there's the Willow Run Airport radar, IWX out of Northern Indiana, and then down here, Wilmington. If you notice, there is a large gap here in Northwest Ohio without a radar. The closest radar would likely be either Cleveland over here or Indiana over here for anything in this zone. So the trade-off of having no radar here is the beam height from our radars in the Findlay, Tiffin, Lima areas, likely 8,000 feet in the atmosphere. That's not very good data to go off of. So having chasers out, for example, Ben currently in the Marion area is going to be vital to reporting things, because looking at radar, you guys are still watching from that first warning that got issued near Columbus. We were looking at the ILN radar. It didn't look impressive, but on the airport radar, much lower to the ground, it was actually severe. Same thing could apply here up here in Bucyrus, Tiffin area. We see a good gust front here, but this radar beam is so high off the ground, we may not be able to see what's happening down here at the surface. So we're going to rely on Ben here in the area to report if there's anything severe happening. But just want to point that out here. So if you're in Tiffin, Bloomville, Bucyrus, Upper Sandusky areas, be alert. You could have some gusty winds heading your direction. We just really can't tell based on the radar data that we have available to us. They are putting in a third-party radar near the Bowling Green, Findlay area, somewhere in this general vicinity. NWS is going to have access to it. We will not, but that should, with the second radar here, much needed in Ohio for coverage. It's going to help NWS warn things and also help communicate to us that, hey, they see something that we can't, so we're going to communicate that better to you guys. But just want to point that out. So one warning continues in Ohio. Areas included Logan, Bremen, West Rushville. Hazardous 60-mile-per-hour winds, although right now not seeing anything too concerning with that. I will say up here further north of this radar, we are getting those returns that look kind of suspicious. Some heavier winds, definitely a possibility. Some divots there, as Joel called it earlier, shark teeth looking things. Could see some brief areas of rotation between Marion all the way down here toward the Berkshire, Ohio area. I want to go ahead and take Ben here and split screen him as he is in best position. Although I believe we have Tyler in the general vicinity as well, if I'm not mistaken. I got to turn on spotter dots here real quick. Looks like Tyler, last update I have from him is in Upper Sandusky. So Ben is the closest one to these storms. So we're going to dual box him with radar here. We'll go ahead and let this ride here unless something pops up. So I'll go ahead and take this back to Cleveland's radar, and we'll just animate this, and I'm going to keep an eye on this behind the scenes. Curious about the parameters of low water advisories and why one gets issued, as Cleveland did several minutes ago. So that is due to heavy winds that are going to push the lake waters in one direction, and that will lower the lake waters in a certain part of that area. So, for example, south to north winds are going to push lake waters toward Ontario. It could lower the water levels closer to the Ohio lakeshore areas. We see those quite often in Michigan and on the Great Lakes.
And for those who don't know, I'm back here behind the scenes too, but Lake Erie's deepest point on the western side of the lake is only like 30 or 40 feet deep. So when you have a nice strong wind like that, that can drop the levels by maybe half. And, any ships that are, 20 feet deep of holes, like they're going to get stranded, I guess you could say. So that's why the low water advisories are in place there on just the western side of Lake Erie. Back to you.
Thank you, Joel. Looking at a few things here. Not seeing anything too overly concerning, which is good news. Just that one warning still in effect here will likely be either canceled or expired here. Again, this is in effect for 15 more minutes, but the storm is about out of polygon, so likely we'll see a cancellation of that momentarily. I don't see anything on velocity that says severe. Again, the radar is pretty close here, so it's generally a good idea of what to expect, but perhaps something happening that we can't see. The warning continues. They obviously know stuff that we don't. They're getting information. They're in charge. They know what they're doing. So warning continues here. Lancaster, Enterprise, Sugar Grove, Bremen, West Rushville areas. The storm is heading toward Thornville, Somerset, and Junction City. Currently not in the warnings for those 3 locations I just mentioned. But again, if there's anything here that's severe or close to it, be heading your direction. What's up, Shander? Good to see you in here. Looks like Ben is about to, he's got the, what we call flanking line in view. At least that's what I call it. The lowering of the leading edge of a storm. Looks like it's coming into view there. I will mention this as well. I'll go ahead and take back my radar real quickly. Wrong radar. I have multiple. Get the right one in here. Here we go. Looking on the Indiana radar, we are closer here to Van Wert and Paulding areas. We have a cell that's developed here on the Paulding-Putnam County line moving north into Henry County here momentarily. I want to point that out here as that would be online for southeast Michigan where we could have a stronger storm or two. Again, this storm looks pretty weak. But if that continues, as that develops, we could have a little bit of a threat closer to the Michigan border here. But right now, it's still 2 or 3 counties south of the border. So I mentioned that. Also have a lot of clutter and storms popping up here as well. More rain at the very least, and likely some thunderstorms on its way for southeast Michigan. So Hillsdale, Lenawee, Branch, Monroe counties, you guys will be on deck for this next hour and a half to 2 hours. I'm going to keep that looping there to keep an eye on that. If you guys notice, there is a movement northward here, but on the other side, on the left side of your screen, it's kind of moving south. That's because the low pressure is sitting right here over central Indiana, and that's what's kind of driving these storms today. A lot of lift there with the low, and also a lot of what we call vorticity, or the low level spin associated with that low pressure. So we're watching these storms very closely as they are in a good environment wind shear wise. But not the best in terms of the instability. I'll go ahead and take back my other radar. And I just shared the exact same one. Here we go. We're back. Let's go ahead and take back Ben here. Looks like Tyler and Ben have this. Looking at Tyler and Ben's stream, I've been thinking to myself, they look identical, and I'm seeing it now. They are in the exact same location. And there's Ben's car to the right. Wow. So they're in Marion, Ohio, facing southwest as this comes over them. And it looks like our rain forecast is verifying quite nicely in terms of southeast Michigan, where I'm at. Forecast was up to 2 inches, and with more on the way, I'm currently sitting at 1 inch and about a third, so 1.3 inches of rain. So we're going to get close to 2 inches likely here at my house, if not a little bit over that. Especially if we can get a thunderstorm or two move through southeast Michigan to kind of enhance those rainfall rates. You could definitely see a brief heavy downpour, dump about a half inch or so of rain in a short amount of time. Got some sun there peeking through. That's kind of nice looking, but again, looks pretty in terms of storm chaser terms and severity, doesn't look too impressive, which is great news. Julie, I think Ben actually has tennis shoes on, if I'm not mistaken. Looks like, let's go ahead and look at Ben here. Let's see if we can take him. I'm not sure you'll be able to hear him, but his video here.
Oh my.
I'm going to mute him back there. So currently, no warnings, as they did drop the other warning near Columbus. So currently, no warnings back in effect for Ohio, which is great news. We are seeing some re-intensification over here near Van Wert areas. Go ahead and hop off of the Cleveland radar and onto the Indiana radar here. We are seeing some re-intensification here just south of Fort Wayne over toward Ottawa, Van Wert areas. I'll be moving northeast here, so we'll keep an eye on that. Again, the warm front is right around this area. Looks like Chandler and Alex are right here on this storm with a visual, perhaps. That's a nice visual from Ben there. That's actually a pretty good visual. Nice looking stormy skies. But overall on radar, nothing too impressive. Again, the only storm that we have concern about would be one that Tyler and Ben are on currently, as the radar beam in this location is quite high up in the atmosphere, not feeding us good data. So having ground truth there, definitely important. And I will say that Fremont and Tiffin cell looks to be the healthiest in the state. It's just we don't have anything radar wise to really determine if that is what's happening there. Let's go ahead and put a full screen back here with radar. Again, the Ben and Tyler are right here in the Marion area watching the storm go off to their north. And the only concern you'd have with anything currently on radar would be these systems. I'm actually kind of watching this one up here by Fremont Tiffin a little closer, as we do have a little bit of a, not gonna call it a hook, but a little bit of a N shape there that could indicate something happening. The radar beam at this location being so far from the atmosphere, just not a, it's not ideal data we're looking at here. So what could be happening on the surface would intrigue me, although I don't think anything's really happening there. It just would be the best storm of the day that I see, or currently, should I say, on radar that we would bear watching. I also want to point out we have some cells developing down here yet again in southern Ohio. Could see these develop further. Keep an eye on those. Nothing concerning now. I would say the most concerning currently are developing right along here, and also that one up by Fremont as well that you can't see with the radar beam. This one right here. We'll keep an eye on those. I have the Indiana radar pulled up above me, but you guys can't see it, but I'm looking at everything. So if anything catches my eye, I'll be sure to mention it. If you guys haven't done so already, feel free to smash that like button on the stream. Helps us out, helps the algorithm pushing out the stream to more people. Also, if you're not following us on Facebook or YouTube at Great Lakes Storm Chasing Network accounts, you guys should. We also are live on our Ohio account and Indiana account known as Indiana or Ohio Chasing Network. Feel free to give us a follow. We'll be doing these live streams throughout the severe season next year. But our main focus here is on Michigan. So anytime Michigan has severe weather, that will take priority. We are all Michiganders at heart, but we also have the passion to cover and help you guys out of state as well. So Let's go ahead and take Ben back here. So again, Ben, if you can't see on the screen there, he's in Marion County, Ohio. Chasing these storms here. Not seeing anything too impressive on radar. I will say that Fremont, Ohio cell has the interesting look to it. I'm also curious what's on the right side of Ben's stream screen here. Looks like perhaps a little bit of a lowering. So he's in Marion County facing, looks like northeast, it says. Let's pull that up here real quick. Ah, okay. I see where he's at. So he's right behind the Bucyrus cell. We also got Tyler as well, right behind Ben, and he's got a better shot of it, looks like. I think his phone can focus there. I can be the first to point out that Northwest Ohio cell service is not the greatest. So, but that is a very dark looking sky, ominous looking sky, although I don't think it's anything concerning. Although, again, radar is not the best here in these locations, so I won't be shocked if there's something going on there. But from what I can tell here, it looks like a pretty good heavy rain soaker there. A lot of low clouds as well. It's kind of pretty. Here's a little bit better focus.
I am back in here.
All right, cool. Does that mean I can pop out and start working?
Yeah, if you want to.
Okay.
Take Ben back full as well. It's only the most exciting thing right now. Again, no severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect across the state of Ohio or Indiana for that matter right now.
Yeah, looking at a few things here, Joel. The Bucyrus and Fremont cells look to be the most intriguing to me personally. There's also that cell in Paulding County, Ohio, that catches my eye too, just because there's a lot of stuff developing down there. So we'll see if anything can become dominant.
Which radar are you using primarily right now?
I'm using Cleveland for the Fremont and Bucyrus cells. And I also have IWX pulled up on GR2 watching the Van Wert area. So nothing concerning off IWX, just FYI. Just kind of watching that area.
Gotcha.
New York Giants won football.
Yeah, check out that lowering now on Ben's stream. Unfortunately, it sounds like his mic is a little choppy. A little bit of an inflow tail there.
We got Nick, our own Nick from MSC here in chat saying, just wanted to say, go Pack, go for this one time. For our Lions fans out there, a Packers win would mean the Lions secure the 1 seed. So yes, for today especially, go Pack, go. What is that cloud on the left side there? I don't think it's attached, but it looks really interesting.
Some sort of scud.
That's what I'm thinking, but dang, it looks really interesting.
Yeah, it keeps panning over to that scud. There's some lightning there for a second.
Wouldn't it be funny if Bucyrus actually produces just because I called it earlier today?
It would mean you're a fortune teller.
Rotation is quite weak on the Cleveland radar, so I'm not really too concerned, but still.
Yeah. I wish I had an updated storm vector here, but I don't. I feel like it might be more oriented north-south now. New update on radar shows still weak. I got Tyler in here too with a similar view.
Tyler and Ben, I believe, are convoying together, if I had to guess.
Correct.
I just figured that out like 20 minutes ago.
Appears that they are repositioning. Now that it is a little bit outside of their zone. This is a radar update for you guys. Again, we're just watching these storms across north central Ohio right now, between Crawford, Morrow, and Knox counties. Right now, Ben and Tyler are on the Crawford County storm. Just this bright one here. You can see on the right side of your screen, good, decent sized RFD, but not really much inflow going on within this storm. So strong winds ongoing probably as I head up towards New Washington. You can let us know what you're seeing if you guys do live in this side of the state, Ohio. Do appreciate ground truth reports whenever you can get them to us. Obviously, safety is most important, so make sure to take shelter until these storms do pass. Nothing severe at the current time, just in case.
Is that a rainbow there on the left side of your screen?
Kind of looks like it. In fact, I believe it is.
That is the rainbow off the left side of us.
Nice.
There you go. Tyler with the confirmation there.
Latest scan, Joel, just to the west of Bellevue, Ohio, off of Cleveland.
Which county is that?
Would be I can get my radar to load. Seneca. Sandusky and Seneca County line.
Seneca, Sandusky County line?
Yes.
Gotcha. So that's almost up towards Lake Erie then.
Yep. Radar beam height is not close to the ground, but Interesting signature there.
The warm front has made it into Sandusky. However, the south side of Sandusky is 57 and the north side of Sandusky is 48.
So this is basically on the front then. That'd be interesting then.
Yeah, Cleveland is up to 59 with a dew point of 55. So looks like our warm front has made it fairly close. It's pretty much right on I-80 right now, as that's where the warm front's situated.
Do you see that though, what I'm looking at?
Yeah, the little indice
Divot.
there. Yeah. Clyde.
What was that?
That was my mom.
Background noise.
Background noise, yeah.
Hi, Joel's mom.
That is interesting.
Yeah, right between Clyde and Bellevue here in northern Ohio. That's what we're looking at right now for the rotation that Ryan previously mentioned. See on the left side of your screen there on radar, the rightmost radar is your velocity signature. There's a little bit of a divot there where the outbound winds and inbound winds come close together. The QLCS of nature, that's base velocity. If you flip it over to storm relative velocity, it's kind of the same story there. But right now, it's still kind of weak and broad. So we'll keep an eye on it. Going further south down the line, also more QLCS action, perhaps starting near Fredericktown in Mount Vernon and Knox County. Let's just head up towards Butler and Mansfield and Richland County in the short term. Cleveland is good for now. I know there's a football game there in Cleveland today, I believe. But storm-wise, they should be good for at least another hour. Knock on wood, maybe a little bit longer than that. We shall see.
New scan looks interesting still. Didn't really change much, but still there. Actually, Joel, I have the airport radar out of Cleveland in range for that. Both cells, actually. And the one to the south is more gusty than the one to the north.
It's kind of boning out a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, 40 or so there. 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. One up top, I don't see much in the way of anything rotating. Of course, it's still a good ways away from the airport radar, but perhaps a lower beam there, lower beam height.
Kind of looks like a little bit of a shelf, backside shelf, forming on Ben's stream here, or at least some sort of base, which
Oh, I
would
see
be
it.
indicative of some perhaps strengthening on the storm. But again, we'll see in time. Not much going on right now. It's kind of just an ASMR stream for chasing. Not a whole lot to cover, other than a couple QLCS notches across northern Ohio.
The airport radar has not updated in about 8 minutes, so I am kind of blind with the data. Ooh, last scan there really picks up some intensity there just outside of Reedtown, going up toward Bellevue and Monroeville. Getting some gusty winds there. Perhaps a very, I'm not going to call it rotation, but some very weak, perhaps, rotation. Again, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds there, and also getting some winds down here a little bit higher. We'll see if those are still there when they come into view, a bit better view of the radar. But this storm in Sandusky County, about to go into Erie County, looks like it's rotating a little bit. It'd be this storm right here. And with that radar beam, Joel, being so close, the reds very close to the greens there kind of intrigue me. Perhaps some low-level rotation developing.
Yeah.
Especially with a little bit of a notch out there, we could see something try to perhaps develop here. Also Huron County as well. Looks like Ben's reporting rotation, perhaps.
I got a stream up there right now.
Tyler's a
Ben and I
smoother
can
behind him.
confirm we see a low rotating wall cloud at this time.
You can, is that confirmed? You said
Ben and I are
confirmed, Tyler?
looking at it right now.
Oh, okay, there it is, right there, right side of your screen. It's right on the warm front too, so if it's going to do it, it's going to do it now. Otherwise, it's going to be on Lake Erie in about 10, 15 minutes.
No,
That's
it's
what Ben
got-
and I are betting on, is the lake breeze might do something that gets us going here.
It's got a little bit of time. A county and a half until it reaches the lake there.
Oh, they're on the southern cell. I'm looking at the northern cell too. Okay, I got
Yeah,
you now.
they're-
So
they're
you
down
got
there.
all
Down there.
All of
Crawford.
Ryan, you silly goose.
what? What do you say?
Ryan, you silly goose.
You got all of Huron and Erie County to go through here, so interesting. Velocity is really picking up too on Cleveland. We're getting 45 now on the county line of Huron Seneca. I wonder if they're going to kick that airport radar up a notch, because it's right now it's 8 9-minute scans.
Airport radar is hard to speed up, but they can do it. I'm becoming more and more interested in these storms down here in Richland County. Pop up my radar here real quick. Got like 3 little notches here between Mansfield, so just south of Mansfield, through Butler and down into Danville and Jellaway. I would be heading up towards Perrysville. Again, no warning at all on these, but something to monitor. Base velocity makes them look really interesting. Makes it look like icebreakers, icebreaker color. But it would be heading up into Ashland County, and then potentially Wayne, Medina in Ohio. Not Wayne County, Michigan, Wayne County, Ohio. But yeah, as you can see here, Ben and Tyler are on the storm north of Crawford. Or sorry, north of how do you pronounce that city name? The B?
Bellefontaine?
Nope. In Crawford County. It's like Bucyrus.
Yeah, they got it.
Perfect.
If Redder could update, that'd be great. Okay.
watching a couple areas here. I'll go ahead and take my radar real quick, Joel.
Okay.
So a couple areas here of gustier winds moving into the western Cleveland metro area. I guess I can't say that just yet. Erie County, Huron County, near Sandusky and Norwalk areas. Right now, just seeing some gusty winds, maybe some very, very weak rotation. Nothing to be concerned about at this time. That looks to be the main area of concern. Now, Joel mentioned down here by Mansfield, this area, these storms are looking a little bit more intriguing, perhaps. But right now, the radar beam height is way off the ground. We're not seeing what's happening on the surface, but you do see the divots in there. These little green, darker green colors are embedded in the brighter greenish blue color there. So it could indicate some very weak rotation with that, but also some gusty winds, definitely a possibility. Further to the west here, across Indiana and western Ohio, we're seeing much of the same thing. Nothing really getting going in terms of like strength or intensity. A lot of rain showers here, maybe an isolated lightning strike. As these move up into Michigan, likely will be much of the same. There's a cell down here in Monroe County that just looks like it popped up here. Perhaps a bit of not a stronger cell, but a little bit more heavier rain, definitely a possibility as that moves up toward the airport radar in Monroe County. And going up here to the Detroit radar, we're going to be looking at the wide angle of things. We're not seeing too much in the way of widespread rain, but a lot of areas that are getting lighter rain, perhaps some heavier instances of rain up there by Genesee County or some Washtenaw or perhaps Jackson as well. So just some isolated heavier pockets of rain moving through. That'll continue throughout the afternoon. Nothing real concerning at this time developing. I'm not sure what Ben's camera is doing right now.
He's giving a speech.
Let's go ahead and let's unmute him here, see if we can get anything out of it. Nada. Oh, maybe just a little bit. Okay.
I lost Tyler's cam. It's currently dark.
No. He says Crawford County, Bloomville. Where in the world is Bloomville? Oh, there it is. So they're still behind the storm. Did they give up on the chase then, or is he moving? Can't tell if he's moving or not. Oh, he's moving.
It's clearing out pretty nicely across. Behind, I guess I could say just immediately behind this line of storms, showers and storms.
A lot of meh looking storms today, which was honestly expected with an environment like today, but still I had a few instances there of some brief rotation, perhaps a tornado there as well in central Ohio earlier around 3 o'clock.
Again, not confirmed. That was only a chaser report. We'll wait for the official confirmation. If one comes, we'll post about it on our GLSCN as well as OCN pages. But as far as we know, no one has been injured today and no major storms have done damage, which is great news. Beautiful rainbow there.
Mm-hmm.
It froze, but that's a pretty good shot either way. Just leave it there. Ben always gets a rainbow. I don't think I've seen a stream where he doesn't get one. You're kind of you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
Should just rename the channel Great Lakes Rainbow Chasing Network or something like that. Still a rainbow on the 29th of December, though. It's not a bad sight,
You cannot complain.
especially in a season where there's really no color at all. No trees, no leaves on the trees, no blue sky, except for today.
I don't know, Joel. But once these cells in Erie County go over Lake Erie, I think we probably end this. Honestly, I don't see much of.
We just have to watch those cells back off to the south of Cleveland, though, right now, because those are actually have been catching my eye after the last 30 minutes and continue to do so. Let me just double check Mezzo, though, real quick.
I'm not saying now, but in the next 20 minutes or so, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see. Bulk shear. Oh, wow, that's a lot of bulk shear. Holy cow.
I mean, I'm still intrigued by the storms over by Norwalk, but it's just not intrigued enough.
That entire line is in a pretty favorable environment. Actually, that line right to the south of Cleveland is indeed the best environment right now. 250 storm relative helicity. That's what I'm seeing.
Waiting for a new scan off of the airport radar in Cleveland for that Norwalk storm. And Green Bay is up 3-0.
Nice.
Go, Pat, go.
Because we have Ohio viewers in here who are in the AFC, so they're like not even bothered by what's going on in the NFC.
Right.
We're all big sports fans here at Michigan Storm Chasers, so we're diehard Lions fans. And we've lived in Michigan our entire lives, so we had to suffer through those years of depression back in 08 and 09. I remember that. That was around when I became a fan. It's around right when I became a fan of the Lions, when I started following sports. So yeah, now here we are, 15 years later. Have not been able to get Tyler's cam back. Still spinning.
Hey, Joel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to alarm you, but GR2 has the font in available, should I say? The font.
What are you talking about? Yeah, because I have it in that right now.
Do you already?
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought I was about to blow your mind, but I guess I was wrong.
Because once you install a font on your computer, you can put it basically in any application you have. That includes a font. So I figured that out like last week.
Well, disregard then.
Trying to get everything to one font here in operations behind the scenes, and that includes on our radar products. So the one font we use is available to switch on GR2. Get blinded every time I switch it over to base velocity. Bam. So bright. Storms are
Currently
lacking.
at my house. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say these storms are lacking something right now.
Instability.
Yeah, it has to be. Surface space instability is like 500, so it's not great.
I mean, it's not great, but it'll get the job done.
Yeah.
I'm getting 250 off Surface Cape.
Yep.
400 actually, yeah. Okay. New Meso update comes out in about 10 minutes.
Perfect. So we got the one main thunderstorm in Erie County up there near Sandusky. And then we have a bunch of little QLCS individual cells down here. Ashland, Wayne, and what's this county? Holmes County into northwestern Coshocton County. Hopefully I pronounced that right. As well as leaving Knox County at this current time. So
Wait, what county?
Coshocton.
I don't recall seeing a county that called that in Ohio.
It's right here.
Gosh, Ogden.
Yep.
I've never heard of that county in my life. Okay. It's Ohio,
Right.
so
The county to the south of it is Muskegum.
yeah, I see it. I feel like I know most all these counties, but I've never heard of that one.
Our Ohio viewers are like, are you kidding me?
We're from Michigan. Give us a break.
That's fair.
Currently at my house, 1.4 inches of rain and climbing.
It's a lot. Holy cow.
Are Ben and Tyler still chasing? Or are they
They are
driving
still in
back?
that storm. They're kind of falling behind it though. Ben is currently traveling northeast, entering Huron County. So heading up towards Sandusky a little bit.
It's a real county. I vacation there. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, I guess, side of Ohio. I thought I was, but I guess I'm not.
All right, Tyler's cam is working now. And it's off. And it's back. There we go. It's basically the same as Ben's.
Looks like the early report of lightning in southern Ingham County sparked a tree fire. That is per Ingham County Emergency Management. It's up in Michigan for those of you watching out of state. In the same area. I knew I forgot something with that post. I see your comment, Joe. I'm going to add that in. I was sitting here for like 10 minutes, like, what am I forgetting?
.43 degrees. MPing reported in Dundee. Rain snow mix. It's possible. Let me go look at the wrap. So it says it's in the warm core, so could be a mistake. But change over to rain snow is possible, given that the entire parcel. What is in the camera? What was that? Ben had like a duck on camera, I swear. Anyway, the entire parcel, the atmosphere above the ground right now is cold, unless you're within the warm sector. And so it is snowing pretty much anywhere above, like, I don't know, 1,000 feet off the ground. So a couple snowflakes could be making it to the surface, but it'll be hard for them to do right now. Oh, it's Woodstock from Charlie Brown. Yes, technically we could have thunder snow. I don't know if we'll get to that point though, but it is possible. I would say if it's raining and snowing at the same time, it doesn't count, but that's just my personal.
Yeah, it's got to be a pure snow event.
Yeah. Shanderp said, Joel, are you quacking up? That's hilarious.
What do you think, Joel?
That's a good question.
We got that meeting to go into as well,
Okay.
and it's ready whenever. Just
Okay,
FYI.
gotcha. Well, you know what's going to happen, right? As soon as we get off of here, there's going to be another warning. It's like how it works for Michigan. What you guys think of the outbreak down south yesterday? That's pretty typical for this time of the year. Again, a lot of the warm air gets funneled and pushed and confined to the Gulf Coast states. And especially when we have a strong trough that moves through like we had yesterday, it's bound to happen a couple times during the winter months. So this is their peak season, December through February and sometimes into March. So would not be surprised if we see a couple more of those events happen soon.
It was a fitting end to the year, for being honest. This was a pretty active year for severe weather in general across the U.S. So I don't want to say it like we expected it, but I mean it's fairly fitting to end the year on another active day.
Mm-hmm. Wonder what that is coming into view. Is that another storm?
Trying to figure out where he was, what way he's facing there. He's facing southwest from Bellevue. His dot's right there. I don't see anything on radar that would indicate anything.
It's a nice base, though.
There's like nothing back there at all on radar.
Well, that storm that was heading up into Sandusky area. That's over Lake Erie now. So the only storms left to keep an eye on are going to be the line of storms that's developed from Coshocton County through
Mhm.
Millersburg up through Ashland through the Norwalk areas. And honestly, they're same thing really applies. That's what I'm saying all day. Like it looks interesting on radar, but it's just lacking something today. So likely going to be on a downtrend in terms of severe weather. Not going to say it's over, um, because there is still that chance that one may become strong for a brief time. But I mean, at this point in time, I don't see it popping off and being a big event or a not a big event, but like what I'm trying to say, a meaningful event.
Right.
All right, guys. So with the event here, we're gonna say it's trending down, but we're not gonna leave just yet in terms of our coverage. So we're gonna run with our chasers here with a loop of radar. And if anything does happen to go back severe or tornado warned, we will hop back on. But for right now, we're gonna leave it on the Cleveland radar here. I don't know if you want to do yours or mine, Joel, but
Probably yours.
okay. We'll just leave it up here for you guys. And if anything does happen to go severe, we will pop back in. Okay. With that being said, we're going to dual box our chasers with our radar here. There we go. So you're going to see their feeds on the left side of the screen. I'll loop the radar here in the middle, and we'll keep you guys posted if anything does happen to go back severe. But in the meantime, we're going to pop out of here, take a break, and hop in a meeting.
All right. We'll be back in a little bit.
We'll play some music for you too while we're at it in quietness, but we'll play some. Alrighty, guys, we're gonna wrap up our stream here, as looks like the intensity of these storms is on the downtrend. If anything does happen to go up and go severe or tornadic warned in Ohio this evening, we will be back here live, and also pay attention to the Great Lakes Storm Chasing Network page on Facebook. That's where all the updates will be posted to. With that being said, I will catch you guys later. Thank you for tuning in, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe for more storm chasing and radar coverage content. With that being said, you guys enjoy your evening. Catch you guys later here at GLSCN.